Ando. Vale, empiezo con el vídeo.
Okay.
Vale, empiezo con el vídeo.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is János Martényi, and this is now the live edition of My Pride, My Story. My guests today are John O'Brien, fetish activist from Ireland, Alistair, European Bootblack 2019, Ellie, American Leather Woman 2015, Jody Anderson, Miss Adelaide Leather 2018.
Llanos.
Sí.
Empieza en 1, ya.
Hello everyone, my name is János Martényi, and this is now the live edition of our web series, My Pride, My Story. My guests today are John O'Brien, fetish activist from Ireland, Ellie, American Leather Woman 2015, Alistair, European Broodback 2019, Jody Anderson, Miss Adelaide Leather 2018, and Henk van Tilburg, the secretary of SLFC, and my husband. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So, what I would like to ask you first, you watched the series or most of the episode. How was the reaction when you saw your own episode? Who wants to start first?
I didn't watch my own episode, I have to be honest. But I got some great feedback, which kind of was very moving to me. A lot of people felt that were surprised that I was so late coming out. And I got some really positive feedback that it was very encouraging to tell people that it's never too late and that kind of thing. But I couldn't bring myself to watch my own because I was trying to remember the stuff that I'd said. And I was like, but I hope I didn't make a mess of it. So it was kind of difficult. I don't know if you all watched your own, but I watched a lot of others, but I didn't watch mine.
How is with you, Ellie? Did you watch your video? We don't hear you. Connect your microphone.
It's connected.
Yes.
Yes. Now.
Now.
Okay. Apparently I had to mute and unmute.
Yeah.
I did watch mine. It was hard to watch mine. In particular, the ending was really hard for me because I was just like, it doesn't end there. And to have stopped it where it stopped was really hard for me because it was just like, how am I supposed to do this now? Or how am I supposed to tell my story now? Because it's not just there.
And how was with you, Jody?
To be honest, János, I didn't watch mine either, but I did, like John, get a lot of good feedback, particularly around, I think, some people who didn't know my story about being non-binary certainly said they got a bit more of an understanding and an education about that and what that meant. So that was great. You know, I felt like I had a really easy coming out story, but I think we come out every day in so many different ways about who we are as people and different sorts of coming out as well.
How is with you, Alistair? You were following the series. You know that it was about coming out stories. And what was the situation with your coming out?
Yeah, I'm a little bit late to the party because I didn't do an interview, but I did watch quite a few of the others and they were all very moving. I came out twice. So I came out as gay when I was 35, so fairly late on. And then I came out as trans when I was 47. So I've been late to the party all along, but I'm now 54 and I'm enjoying who I am, which is, you know, that's the positive part.
I think my husband had to watch and listen all my interviews. So it's at the moment we are with 18 interviews in total, and I received a lot of comments that I should ask about his coming out story, because his coming out was quite early.
My microphone was not on.
It's
Okay, then it's on there, but
Yeah, can you remember back that far?
it was before the war. I didn't want to tell my story. I think everybody knows my story, or a lot of people do know my story, and this time it was actually not about us. Even when I think that my husband from the East Bloc and I from Canada and Holland background have a different way of coming out. Yes, I was 12 years old. I was young. I was very young. And my second coming out, I was 14 when I go into the leather world. And I was young because I was tall, I had a mustache, and nobody was asking how old I was or asking for my passport. So I was always lucky. And my friends who were 18 and 19, they had to show the passports because they had baby faces. And I was already in having a party. I actually was very moved because I had to write down all the interviews because we had to translate them into Spanish. So every interview was about 10 hours, 8 till 10 hours writing. And even I know the most of you, some of you shocked me. Ellie, with her story, for example. What I didn't know. On the other hand, I have to say also, Jody, yes, even I knew a lot. It's true that the way you talked about it, the way you explained it, I think, and that's also what we heard from the Spanish people, it was finally a normal explanation, something that you could understand, that you...
It's very interesting. The people who know me knew that I'm a quite conservative thinking guy. And for me, it's sometimes very hard to think out of the box and to understand trans or binary people. It's not easy. So for me, listening and doing all those interviews were quite mind-blowing. And with whoever I made the interview and where I find a real story. So it was not just, okay, I came out and nothing happened, but there was heart in it. I had an instant connection that I felt, okay, I knew that person from 100 years, and I don't want to live out of my life ever again because I felt so close. And it was like, I knew Ellie from long, and we had some great conversation already in person. But when we had the interview, it was like, wow. I didn't know to cry or not to cry. And what you said, yes, we had to end it somewhere, the interview. And I know as a journalist, you have to end the video somewhere that it calls the attention, that it makes it special, and the people think about what happened.
No, they thought about it. All of you. And I could see that because in the last 2 weeks, we had a lot of discussions, and that's why I asked Alistair also to come in. I think...
Yeah.
Unmute. No, okay, whatever. This is not going good.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Discussion we had with Alistair over Facebook with different discussions were actually the prolonger from all the interviews we made. The problem that we had with the poster in Switzerland, the new flag who's coming out, or that is promoting now. So it's hard to... I think everybody said it in the interview. We are fighting 51 years. longer, but 51 years we are doing the Stonewall riots parade, and it's like the new generation doesn't get it. Everything is done. Everything is given on a plate. And if you watch all those discussions on Facebook or social media or in a bar or whatever, okay, the last 3 months we didn't go to bars, but it's very hard to not understand that people don't know anything about our history. And Alistair, then I come to you, because what you wrote yesterday or 2 days ago about the flag, I think that was the best explanation of how we have to come together as a community.
Yes.
No?
Yes. Yeah. I felt very strongly that a lot of the conversations I was having online were coming from a place of complacency, where people, we've done the fight for gay rights and equality as gay people, and that's been widely recognized. Yeah, there are still some countries that we're fighting that in, but in a lot of the Western world, we have those rights. And for trans people of color, especially, we don't have those rights. And there is a bit of a complacency where I think some gay people have forgotten what it's like to be able to walk down the street without fear of being harassed or bullied or heckled or worse, attacked. And I think that the Progress Pride flag in particular was what sparked a lot of these conversations. And a lot of people saying, we don't need a new Pride flag. And I think that the Progress Pride flag serves a purpose for showing us that actually some of our community are still fighting for those same rights that we've spent 51 years fighting for.
But you understood my comment?
Yeah.
Because me coming out in 78, knowing Gilbert, knowing what the flag was, there was no color, there was no racism under it. That's why it was the rainbow. That's why I didn't understand 2 years ago when the black and brown stripes came in. I have to say, like I said in the comment, I am more relaxed with the Progress one who's coming out now.
Don't you think creating all those separate flags, because as you see, I don't know, I will try to show, we have now puppy flag, rubber, leather, trans flag, bear flag, fist flag. So all the different communities have different flags. It doesn't separate more the community.
I don't think so. I view it as that actually we need to highlight those parts of our community that are still struggling. And the Progress Pride flag does that. It shows those people that we are supportive and that we recognize that they're still fighting. There is a lot of infighting even within the LGBTQIA+ community. There are a lot of people in our community that don't recognize trans people, don't feel inclusive of Black people. And that has to stop, really, for us to come together. And a way forward of doing that is to highlight that we still recognize that some people are struggling.
Why do you think that we have the most discrimination coming from our own community? So I mean, gay people who are discriminating mostly the trans people. And so it's not only coming from outside, but from ourselves. Why?
I'm not sure I've got an answer to that, actually.
I think a lot of it's around having a lack of education and having an understanding and experience of people. I think once you recognize people on a people level, it changes the way people think about it. I know I read a lot of rhetoric around the lesbian community and trans women in that space, and the rhetoric around that doesn't reflect people. It reflects ideology. And I think that unless we start to educate people and change their thoughts about who people are and what that means, and that underneath it all, we're still all people, I don't know that it will change. And I think for lots of people get really sheltered in their spaces around who they are and what they are, you know. And I think, Jonas, you were just asking about the flags, and I think it's fantastic because most of us are multifaceted humans. We're not just one particular type of human, you know. We might all be queer, but we've got so many other identities that are part of us as well. And I think having the ability to show your pride in all your identities is fantastic.
I mean, I think you have to remember that we're all human, and I know there's a quote that says, "Human beings love variety, but they hate change, so they compromise in unrest." And I think that's what it is. It's like, I'm different this way, but oh gosh, they're different that way. I don't really know if I understand that, so therefore I'm a little bit afraid of it. You know, I think that might be a point. Can I just commend Jodie for looking so awake at 3 a.m. by the way?
Yeah, I'm used to it now with these guys. They all the time. It's always some ungodly hour. So.
So I do think that's part of it, that, you know, we're not just, and again, if I can use it in the proper way, we're not just black and white, we're all multifaceted. So we all have different things that we're afraid of, and we don't like change, or sorry, we like change, but we don't like, we like variety, but we don't like change. And that's kind of what can be difficult. So it's all to do with education, it's to do with acceptance, you know. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, that a change to a flag will do that. I think we need to change ourselves more so than that. But I suppose it's a beginning. You know?
Do you?
Yeah,
I'm listening, and I'm kind of thinking of like things that have happened, and thinking about like, I don't remember where it was. I think it was in England where the drag queens weren't allowed because they weren't allowed in the space. And then like we've had some discussions locally about like the leather community being put in the back or in this alley and like being separated from everything. And so I wonder if some of the internal hate that we feel is of this conformity and normalizing that part of the community is trying to do, and not being inclusive of the variety and diversity that our community actually encompasses. And I do wonder if
in Wales they wanted to exclude leather and rubber people, I think, if I remember rightly. I know Simon Jones and Richard had a post about it. I can't remember whereabouts in Wales, but they didn't want any BDSM weirdos in their parade, you know.
Yeah, that was Round the Pride last year.
That's it, yes.
Yeah, and they have actually now issued a statement to say that Leatherman Cymru are welcome at Round the Pride, and that's fantastic that they've done that. But we needed to go in and do some education to them about what the roots of Pride were, and that, you know,
exactly
people were at the roots of Pride, and therefore you can't really exclude us from that community. But also that it's about being proud of all aspects of who we are, because we are multifaceted and diverse human beings, as you say. So, you know, that message still has to come through. And we all have, as you were saying, John, our own unconscious biases. We all have those areas that we don't feel secure addressing. And we have to have those difficult conversations if we're going to move forward. So.
I do love what you said there, though. I'm sorry, about BDSM. You have to educate them. You know, it sounds like you did some awful things.
Did I get my canes out?
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting, Jodie.
No, that's all right. I also think as well, like, it's sometimes it's about privilege, and I think there's this thing that people think they're going to miss out if something changes around their privilege, and people don't often realize it's an adding to. Like, it's not, you know, there's that great saying, it's not pie. We can all, you know, we can all have some. If you get a bit more, doesn't mean I get any less. Like, you know, it's about working together around that.
There is a great quote that I love, which is about, if your table doesn't feed everybody, then you build a bigger table.
Exactly.
And I think that's the same analogy as, you know, the pie is never ending. You know, there is no limit on how much pie there is.
Yes.
And saying that it's the same about Black Lives Matter, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't exclude that all lives matter, it just adds to it and highlights the people that are currently struggling. The same with Trans Lives Matter. It's about giving support to those areas that are needed currently. And it doesn't detract from anybody else's rights at all.
Coming back to that topic, because since we did this interviews, a lot of things happen around the world. First was trans people were taking the rights away in Hungary, then in the US, then in London. What were your thoughts, London in England, sorry, what were your thoughts when you hear all those news? And then Supreme Court in America decided differently. So I would like to know what you think about that.
To me?
All of you who has an opinion.
Well, I'm Irish, so anything that happens in the UK doesn't surprise me.
I'm Welsh, and I like to think that the Welsh government, even though we're part of the Westminster government, the Welsh government actually put a piece of legislation in place a couple of years ago, which was really progressive and has been recognised by the European communities, which is the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And it backs up the Equality Act and expands on it, and basically puts in place rights for all equality for all people, basically.
But that's only for Wales.
It's only for Wales, but we're now in a conflict that we're still governed from Westminster. So you know, we have that things that are happening in Westminster and ideas around the reform of the Gender Recognition Act, etc., that's currently ongoing. That is really quite difficult, and I don't know what stance our government are going to take on it in Wales, but I think if they've put that act in place already, then they really need to stand by that. So we may find that we have areas where the legislation in Wales is different to the legislation in England. I don't know. I have no idea because I'm not involved in those conversations. But you know, it's a difficult situation at the moment. I think when you see the rights of people being rolled back, of gay people in Hungary, etc., and in trans people in the US, you kind of feel a little bit worried because of the amount of conservative government that there is in the world at the moment. And you think that actually once it's happened in one place, the possibility of it happening in another place becomes very real. So yeah, there is that underlying fear that things could go backwards here as well. And I finished my post on Facebook that you were mentioning, Henk. I finished that by saying, you know, how long before they come for you in your complacency? Because for me, that's where it starts, is actually we have those rights, but it doesn't stop them being rolled back. So our fight has to be ongoing, and we have to still maintain that Pride is a protest. It is a celebration of how far we've come, yes, but it's still got to be a protest. In my book, anyway.
That's in my book since the first Pride I walked in. and everybody who knows me and follows me on Facebook knows how hard I can scream about things.
Ellie, what were your thoughts? What all happens now in America? Because we have all the focus on, and it was, I think Black Lives Matter took over a little bit, and next to it come this new trans law, what they wanted to pass.
Well, my thoughts are like it's not over, and it's going to keep changing until yeah, we just gotta keep fighting. It's shocking that we are now not discriminated against. Like 2020 is when we're not discriminated against in the workplace. It's like, how ridiculous is that? But there's just it's not going to stop. Like that passed and it's good. Like it's fine with the Supreme Court, but I think the fight, it's just building the fight. There's still people out there that are against us, and there's still people out there that want to hurt us. They're, you know, it may be illegal to discriminate against us for being gay or queer or trans, but they'll find some other stupid thing to. And
the law is only for.
It's just yeah. They'll find something else. You know, she showed up 5 minutes late. Never. So they'll find something else, so they just won't say it's gay. And it's like, and I think that's happened a lot even with the Black community, like they won't say like, oh, we're not going to accept you because you're Black. They just won't call them, or they didn't lack experience, or it's like they'll just transfer the reasoning to something else, but it's still there. So the hate, the discrimination, the stuff is still going to happen. It doesn't mean it's erased. It's still going to be there. They're just going to deflect it and say it's something else. And so it's a continuous fight. This isn't a time to be complacent.
You all agree that the only way that we can survive is to educate people. How you think is the best form to educate people?
Meaning?
What we have to do? Because
well, I think we have to start early. I know when I was at Arctic Pride in Norway last year and the year before, the council in Tromsø, which is quite a small area in Norway, has a booklet which they send to all the schools, and they have an actual program for 5 years of how they're going to deal with teaching. So they start in kindergarten and they go then. So I think it's like everything else. If you start with the kids and they start to accept that there's no problem, there's no issue, it just tends to build then. So I think you have to start early and continue going. That would be my feeling anyway.
I have the feeling that kids mostly don't have any issues with gay people or trans people. You just have to explain how it is and they accept it. Because
it depends what they're being taught at home. It depends what they're being taught at home. That's the thing. If they've got, super conservative parents, who are voting for, who in America, and, we kind of say, you need to reinforce it in school. You need to have their friends reinforcing it, because God knows what they're being told at the dinner table. That's the problem.
How is the situation sorry?
I was just going to say, I think the thing about it is, as well, is that with this, and we've all said it around the conservative governments we have, the first thing they do is strip away that stuff, which is about, we used to have a really great comprehensive program in schools here in Australia that would talk about not only, queer and trans young people but also about healthy relationships, even just talking about what healthy relationships are. But the conservative governments always find that that's the bit of money that they're going to strip away first thing. And take it away. And, there was a whole uproar about young people in Australia being taught about, trans people. And so what? What's the big deal about them? Because, we know that kids in their classrooms are going to be trans. We know that's going to happen. We know that they're going to, along their lifetime, find trans young people and queer young people that hopefully they get a chance to support them rather than just, learn nothing about it and continue that whole, prejudice.
Alistair, how long before Section 28 is back on the agenda in the UK?
Oh.
Section 28 it banned the teaching of, or the promoting of gay, homosexual, etc. relationships. It was only repealed, I think, was it in the 90s? I can't really remember.
I'm not sure. Was it 1998 or something like that? I need to look that up.
Yeah. I know Theresa May voted against removing it, just saying.
But on the other hand, the Scottish Parliament chose to educate in primary school. So I think it's to teach the new generation is to protect and not protect the little ones, but on the moment you find out that they are gay or they are different, that you tell them it's normal. And I don't know if you saw lately on the Netflix the new film Disclosure.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And there's one fragment in it that the father says, "My kid is a unicorn." And since I saw that new film, it stays in my head. How can we say to other people that it's normal? And yes, if we tell our kids or tell the other parents or the friends or family members we have, and you see that it's not the way they expected, tell them that they are unicorns and tell them how good life can be, and not even when we have the evangelists and the Christians are going against us, and what happened in Poland 2 weeks ago with the boy of 14 years old, and it happens everywhere. It's not only Poland, of course. On this moment, Poland is like Hungary and America in the news, and let's hope that everything changed today in Poland. There's election at 9:30 European time. They're gonna tell the first ideas, but I'm scared of it. But
I think it's important as well to personalize it. I know back in 2015, a lot of people were amazed when Ireland were the first country to vote by public vote to bring in gay marriage. And that was because one of the things that they did was they personalized it. They said, this is not a gay person. This is your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, your grandmother. You know, it was really making it out that, you know, we're people too. And that was a huge success. And like one of the biggest things they did was getting people to come home, because obviously a lot of people had left Ireland in the years of the recession, and they had a huge thing to home to vote. And like, I think something like 70,000 people came home to vote. I you know, it was so emotional at the time. It's incredible. So I think personalizing it to people and trying to, and I don't mean normalize in a bad way, but I mean to normalize that we are part of life. We are just people. We're not some ogre that's out to catch their children or convert them. Do you know, that kind of thing? We're just people.
oh no, I put that other way, that video with that spray that the city was playing, that rainbow. I thought we did it that way. No,
but then I come back to the same video what Hank was mentioning. After that father came the speaker woman and said, I was asking myself why my parents were there. And then I'm coming to the story of Ellie, where she had a very conservative parents, and you could tell them that imagine it's your own daughter or son, they wouldn't care. No, because the society is accepting for most of the people that you have to have a daughter or son, and he has to marry after, I don't know, 20 years, the opposite sex, and have kids, and a perfect life on paper. And if it happens not that way, then the society, your village, your neighborhood is not accepting you, and then your parents have to live with that society, so they have to adapt to that neighborhood or village.
I totally feel that one. I live in a very small Welsh town. Well, it's not even a town. And it's a very small rural community here. And I have 3 kids. They're all grown now. My oldest has just had his my youngest, sorry, has just had his 18th birthday. And growing up for them in school, they were the kids that other people came to talk to, other kids came to talk to when they had questions, just because of who their mother was, you know. And I can remember my son, my eldest son, bringing kids home for tea, and we'd sit around the kitchen table and have dinner, and you know, we'd have a nice meal, and then he would suddenly say at the end of the meal, so what was that you were saying about, you know, about gay people in school today, you know, and they would suddenly realize, and you could see this light bulb moment happening where they would put 2 and 2 together and kind of go, oh my God, you're gay. And it was about gently challenging those views in a safe space for them, and they would go away and really review how they were thinking and what they were being told at home. My daughter took drama in school and did an awful lot of playwriting for that, and decided to write a play about trans children in school, and the bullying that can happen and everything else. And her teacher kind of rang me up and said, I'm amazed. She's taught me things that I didn't know, you know. So I think you're right that a lot of the younger generation, there are hope in a lot of ways, that they do understand it, they get it, and they understand it. But it really does depend on what they're being taught in the home, and if they're being challenged by their peers as well. So
that's why it is important to teach it at school, or in whatever association to talk about it, or a sport club, because if you only have that perspective from your family, and if they are conservative or wherever they grow up or which belief is behind it, it's very hard to fight against your own background. Let's say it that way. It's like, yeah, John, you're right. Yeah, everywhere where I lived, and I lived in 9 countries, and when the gay marriage came up, and even we make a mistake, we still say gay marriage. No, it's the damn marriage. It's not a gay marriage. I remember we had the first gay expo in, I don't remember if it was in Brussels or in Amsterdam. And it was like an utility expo, but for gay people and lesbians and everybody. And the reporter on television says, now I'm going to look inside and I want to know what the difference is between a gay lesbian kitchen and a gay kitchen and a normal kitchen. And I thought, you nailed it. And then she went in and she said, look, they all have the same kitchens. And that's how we have to talk about it. Because why we always say no, it's a couple. There are 2 women. It's a couple. It's a gay couple. Why we always have to? We do it ourselves, I think, also.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
We do. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why, for me, it's so important. For example, the hashtag trans men are men and trans women are women. Because stop saying trans men or trans women. They are men and women. That's for me. And I know your history. You will tell me if you want. You will tell your history. But I accept you the way you want that I accept you.
But we still have a situation in the UK where if you're trans and you're married, to continue being married once you come out as trans, you have to actually get divorced and get remarried, even if you want to stay with the same partner.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because trans marriage isn't recognized, you know, so yeah, we've got gay marriage, but trans rights aren't recognized in the same way, you know. It's a really thorny issue when you look at it like that, that actually if you come out as trans and you change your gender, your marriage isn't legal anymore once your gender is changed legally in the UK.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
So
I didn't know that. Now you get me biased.
but this is why I say, you know, we're still fighting for equal marriage rights in lots of ways. So yeah.
Now I want to know if the other countries is the same, because
I want to check that out too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I gotta look. I have no idea.
This is actually outrageous, because it's still 2 people, and if we are saying that every kind of couples can be married, what does the package do to it? No, I don't.
I think it comes down to very outmoded laws to do with inheritance, and the one thing that it always comes down to is tax, because there's only 2 certainties, and that's death and taxes. So I think it's to do with, believe it or not, I think it's probably to do with tax law or something antiquated like that. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it. But I'll definitely try and find out about here, because I don't know, and I'm interested now that you've said it, Alistair. So.
I was just thinking.
Well, if someone changes their name legally, even if they don't change sex, does that nullify their marriage?
No, it's only if you legally change your gender.
Right? Like, yeah. So the gender marker is what nullifies it.
Yeah, but yeah, we have gay marriage and it's legal. So even if you change your gender marker, why is it illegal?
Right. So I'm like, you can change your name, you can't change your gender marker. Like, you know.
This is absolutely. I'm totally shocked. This is for me outrageous.
It takes a lot to shock him, I can tell you.
I know I'm old, love.
This is why I was saying on my post that, you know, a lot of the rights that gay people have that we fought for these 51 years, trans people don't automatically have those rights. We don't have marriage equality, and we don't have, you know, those rights of being able to walk down the street without being harassed. Or being allowed into bathrooms, or, you know. So a lot of those rights that the gay community do take for granted now, because we fought for so long for them, those aren't things that are automatically available to the trans community. So, yeah.
My question is, because it were always also the trans community who was fighting among the gay people. So why we never started to have all the rights for everyone? Why it had to pass 20 years?
Trans people were right at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
You know, we were there right at the beginning of Stonewall, at Pride, at, you know, Compton's Cafe.
If Marsha wasn't there, it didn't happen.
You know. So yeah, why have trans rights been left, as it were? Because I don't know.
I think people settle. I mean, I think the issue is that we get what we can, and so, and that's been a lot of like what's happened with some of the decisions. Like we get a little piece, and then it ends up breaking us apart, right? Because parts of the community, so you have this whole community. This happened with like the abolitionists and the women. We were all fighting together for rights, and everyone together, but then like women got voting rights, and they ended up breaking apart. So you had like the Black community and the women were all working together, but then as little rights started coming in, the community started breaking apart. And so while we started all together, as we started getting recognized, and gays and lesbians were okay, but this is not, like, it just started breaking up the community, because part of the community was getting what they needed, but the other part hasn't. And so they just started breaking apart. And we see that time and again in history. And if you look at various things where people just come together and then they give you a little cookie and it's like, oh, okay, I'm fine. And they go away and you're now separate and not the same.
To do a compromise, I suppose. We think we've got this, so we'll take that and let's see, can we fight for the rest? And then unfortunately we forget that about the rest, you know.
Exactly. We forget about the rest.
Actually what you said, we forgot to read the little lines on the web, because I always thought that gay rights, lesbian marriage, that it was for all kinds of forms. It never came up in my head that if you were transsexual, that they could take your marriage license away. This is.
I know that we brought in a gender recognition bill shortly after the marriage equality, so I'd have to look into that and see. I don't know, but I'm interested now to find out. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Wow. I'm still shocked.
I would like to move back a little bit to the interviews, because a few of you mentioned that you still have some things to tell. I know, Alistair, you were...
But Alistair has left. She knows a lot. She can tell also. Come on.
I'll be back in just a second. But
and until John, you mentioned you wanted to tell much more, but you forgot.
I suppose there are just a couple of things. I suppose one of the things that I do regret for being so late coming out is that I never came out to my parents. That's one of the things that I'll always regret. And I suppose they say that mothers always know. I don't know, but because my parents were that much older, I think I said in my interview, my parents were 50 and 36 when they got married. So by the time I came along, my dad was 52 when I was conceived. So, he was retired and everything when I was just a kid. So I suppose I never got to talk to them about it. And because I think I said it, that I hadn't admitted it to myself at the time, there wasn't any chance to tell them. And then because I ended up as their primary carer, there just wasn't the time to say, by the way, I know you're not really well, but can I just say, So that's probably my biggest regret, is that I never got to tell them. And I suppose now the biggest thing with me is that I'm making up for lost time. I'm trying to fit in. Well, I was trying to fit in as many travels. I think they've all had to be cancelled this year, but anyway, that's one of the reasons I go around so many events with my camera and take so many photographs. Is try and capture what I've missed for all those years that I wasn't true to myself.
Ellie, you said your story didn't end where your video ended.
Well, I actually, one of the feedback, someone said to me that had they not been talking to me and know me, like, they'd be really worried about the person in the video. So yes, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. So my big thing was, or the thing that I really want people to realize, is that it took time for me to really disconnect me from the feelings and the expectations of my parents. Like, they are back in my life, but they never asked me about anything personal. So it's still, I don't really know what is going on, but I just, you know, they're older. My dad's like 82 or something right now. So they're older. They're not going to change. They're going to be the way they are. I just don't expect anything from it. And it's like, I'm living my life. I have been living my life. I have an awesome life and I have amazing friends. And I've done a lot for myself. And despite everything that's happened, I've been out there for a long time doing things for the community and building friendships and relationships with people. I didn't need my parents for that.
It's not that we went to hard times that we didn't survive, or that we feel sorry for ourselves, or no, I think we need to talk about it, that other people can see, hey, I'm in this situation, that person came out of it, I can come out of it also. That's the most important behind those interviews. And yeah, it can be sunshine and it can be nice. And some people are lucky and never had, with my coming out, I never had problems, but there are other stories behind, or other stories who made the person who I am today. And another thing is also coming out in the 80s, seeing this, and it all comes back now even harder because of the lockdown and because of the new pandemic, because for me it's the 80s, 82 is coming back. But then we didn't react it that way. I was living in the States. The idea I had of San Francisco was not San Francisco anymore. It fell all down. But we had brotherhood and sisterhood, because that was under one umbrella in that time. We didn't speak about two different groups. We were all together. And yes, we had the Dyke marches, and yes, we had the gay parades. But on the end, if you look at it, it was like 1969 when Stonewall started, and the leather jeans guys and the transsexuals or the travestis who put the bricks in their handbags and start whipping the police, we all came together. And in the 90s, that went away, especially in the 2000s. I don't know if the lockdown brought us back to that. I hope it did. And that's why I go to all those events. That's why we did the association. People, because we didn't have computers, like everybody said in the interviews. We had to do it because of friends. Friends helped us, or people or encyclopedias or whatever. But we have to continue to give the people the idea that they are not alone. Do it make sense?
And with those interviews, we have to tell, it's nice to have funny stories where someone makes a coming out and everyone is happy about it. Happy the friends, happy the parents and everything. But it's not really a story. And actually what I wanted with those stories to show that we can struggle in life, we can struggle with our coming outs, but we're still there, we still survive, and we still can live a happy life. And I know most of you personally, and I know that even when you had all these things going on in your life, long time, you still have a full and happy life now. And I think it's very, very important to show this aspect, because especially now what happened in Poland when that 14-year-old boy committed suicide, to show that, yes, maybe now you are struggling. Now you have a very hard time, but it will get better. And maybe you lose your family, but you will find another family. And that family, or the connection on that family, maybe it's even stronger what you have with your blood family.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think for a lot of queer people, and we find another family. if it's not our family of you know, isn't there there's that fabulous quote, a family is not one of blood but joy and respect in each other's lives, and rarely do two members of the same family grow up under the same roof. I think it's a maybe Stephen Bachman quote. I remember seeing that at one point and thinking that's exactly right. Like, you know, there's things that connect us as family members around our values and around the way that we are as people and around our communities that are probably for some of us a lot closer than, you know, our blood family. And, you know, I was just thinking as well, Janos, your question about the interview, like for me, I haven't really had the hard conversation with my parents about being non-binary, but for me, it's about choosing my battles. Is it worth me investing my time in that battle, even though it doesn't always bring me joy around, you know, their sort of misgendering of me? Is it worth investing my time in that battle where I can have 20 other conversations where I'll be respected and I'll be heard and I can educate and I can push that out to other people? So I think that's always a hard choice to make about that stuff. But for me, I'm not gonna waste my breath where it's not heard, I think is message, and rather put that somewhere else. But you know, but that's I think that's a choice we make daily around our coming out as well, is who do we come out to and what do we come out about? You know, do we come out as leather and fetish people? How often do we do that to people? Is that investment in that conversation going to be actually worth it and enrich our lives and their lives, or is it just going to be something else that becomes another target for us? So I don't know, that's what I kind of feel like. Life's about picking a battle a lot.
I want to ask one more question because it came out in quite a lot of interviews, and it's getting old as an LGBTQ plus person. And I had somehow the feeling from everyone that it's a little bit of fear of every one of us to what's going to happen with us. Doesn't matter if we have a partner or not, but what's going to happen with us? Who is going to take care of us?
You hear that a lot.
Do you think about it a lot, or it's just hanging there? And
well, I suppose during the pandemic, it kind of brought it home to you a little bit. You know, it's like because despite having marriage equality, nobody's asked me yet. You know, I'm just putting it out there. So I live on my own. Although I have great friends and I have people who would shop for me and do things for me, because of my asthma and my stroke issues, I haven't been going out a lot. So it kind of made me think, you know, what's going to happen as I get older? You know, because I can't be depending on my friends to, you know, be doing everything for me as time goes on. And I think it was in my interview I mentioned about the statistic that 75% of gay, lesbian people go back into the closet when they end up in a care home, you know, which is just terrifying, you know, because of attitudes. And I suppose particularly in Ireland, a lot of care homes still have the Catholic ethos. So you're afraid to admit. I know when I was in hospital with my stroke, I was in for about 6 weeks and it never came up. But a lot of the guys, you know, the nurse assistants, I would never have said it to them, you know, because, and I don't mean to say that, I think you got the impression from them that it wouldn't be something that they would be pleased with, you know. So I get a little bit, I don't think about it all the time, obviously, but it is something that as the years go by, you think about it, think, you know, what am I going to do, you know, when the time comes, who's going to look after me and that, you know. So I don't know if anybody else feels that way.
Yeah, I actually personally have been thinking about it a lot because a couple of years ago I was in a car accident where I injured my back, and I'm not too far, I'm like 20 minutes from Portland, from a big city. I'm not that far, but I am in the woods and I'm not in a walkable area. I'm not near stores. I'm not near anything. And I live by myself, and it's like, I can't drive. I can't go to stores. I can't go to cafes. I can't do anything. And I realized like how important my independence was. Like I felt like my independence was completely gone. I was completely dependent on other people to take me to doctor's appointments and to take me to the store or to whatever, for me to do things or to go to the store for me. so yeah, so it's really like, it had me thinking about like where I want to be going. And for me, I feel like, I mean, people talk about these gay compound type things, or you know, where like get a bunch of land and a bunch of people there, and I'm like, that would still not work for me. Like if I can't walk or can't drive, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, like how am I supposed to go to the doctor? Like I am like, I need to be in a city, I need to be like somewhere close to things. Like let's get into a big condo building and put all of us in there. and then we have access to public transportation and to stores and to everything, and so we're right there. Like that sounds better to me than some far off land in the middle of nowhere, and like we're self-sufficient, but if you can't do stuff, you're not self-sufficient, you are depending on everyone else. And so that's, I mean, that's where my head is, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, I mean, I would love to have a partner to be living that life at that point, but I still, even with a partner, I'm still going to want to like do my thing. I want to be able to do things for myself, and if I'm in a remote area, I'm not going to be able to.
Could any of you imagine to go back to the closet because you have to live in an old people home or care home, etc.?
I can't imagine.
I think for some of us, we're so visible. I'd always be spotted as not being straight. I don't feel like I get the choice either to go back into the closet.
Alistair, what's your point of view, because you have kids?
My kids are awesome and totally accepting of who I am. Even before I told them that I was trans, they were totally accepting of trans people and people that I've been in relationships with who are trans. And they don't care. They don't care that I'm trans. They just love me for who I am. So, and as I say, I live in a small community and I have a lot of my family around me. And I'm very lucky in that actually they're accepting. They may not understand it, but they're accepting of who I am. My parents are fairly elderly, and, you know, being faced with coming out to them first as gay and then as trans, and then more recently as kinked, because that was a conversation had, they just want me to be happy, and that however I want to present is, yes, it makes it difficult conversation for them. It makes them have difficult conversations with other people. It makes my mum question, how do I introduce you? I don't know whether to call you daughter or son or child or what. You know, and she's challenged by that. But I am very lucky and I feel very privileged that actually my family are very accepting in that sense. They may not, as I say, understand who I am, but they are totally supportive of loving me however I am. So I am lucky. I also have an awesome Leather family who are just wonderful and supportive, and we are spread across the UK, but they're there for me and they've got my back. So I feel very privileged that I've made that community. And it is, I think, for queer people about making community and having that support in your life, whether it's on your doorstep or, you know, spread across the UK. It's still there for you. And I think that our community is one of our best resources, and we need to be able to call on our community to support us. So
We are getting.
I think one of the hard things I know for here, especially around aging, and I don't know what it's like in other parts, but I know that, you know, every time you move into those areas around care and needing care, it's damn expensive, or as we'd say in Australia, it's bloody expensive. And you know, I think there's a lot of stuff around that doesn't look around the different levels of power that we all have in a community and the different levels of privilege that we have in a community. Like, I think, you know, we can look at how, you know, it might be very easy for some people to move into care because it usually involves a great expense that you put out up front. But what about the people that get left behind in care and don't have the family? I mean, that's, I think for me, being a, you know, what do they call me, a lefty? That's the bit that I worry about, is I worry about the people who don't have the money to get into care when they get older. What does that look like, and how do we provide support for those people? I think that's a bigger concern than whether or not you have to go back into the closet, I think, is how to make aged care accessible for queer people.
Well, I think if COVID is showing us anything, it's that the one word that isn't in any of the homes is care, because I think when people go into care, they're forgotten about, and think unless it's somebody we know, because I don't know what it was like. I know in the UK and in Ireland, and there were quite a lot of deaths in care homes because people didn't care. They were privately run, and you know, they sent people from hospitals to empty the hospital beds for COVID patients without testing them. And then they brought it into the care home. So I think it's not just it's a people issue, really, as you say. And very much, I'm very much into universal healthcare, which I just cannot believe you haven't got in the US yet. What is wrong with you guys? Anyway, but yes, so yeah, I do think we have to put the care back into care homes before we do anything else. You know, and that's, you know, I mean, I think 50% of the deaths here were in care homes, and that's a horrible statistic.
Yeah, it's everywhere in Europe.
I have done some work around healthcare with giving talks about trans identity, gender diversity, and LGBT issues within healthcare, and that's been really enlightening, and it's actually been really well received. So that gives me hope that actually this will filter out from acute care down into care homes and into, you know, whatever healthcare we are accessing in the UK. But yes, I think your point about a lot of the care homes being privately run is a difficult one, because that means that they have to take that on board separately, and that's always going to be a difficulty.
Maybe I'm too positive thinking, but I can imagine those LGBTQ plus care homes like a big fun party, like having all your friends around and having the possibility to talk to everyone and be yourself, even when you're already 80, and then tell all about your stuff and how fancy the nurse you.
Maybe that's the next pink pound. That's what we need to be focusing our efforts, is actually creating LGBTQ care homes. You know,
well, from what Ellie said about the condominium, I think we need to start a crowdfund now, you know, for this condominium.
No, condominiums need to totally work, and we like utilize each other. I mean, if you're going to be doing a compound with, like, you know, self-sufficiency, let's do a condo building with self-sufficiency where we're caring for each other. Yeah, and we have like a party floor and
they are
a basement.
Exist already some. Yeah, Holland has some. I think Denmark, France, Belgium has. We have to, maybe we have to go there and do a reportage, how it is.
Research.
But the idea that all the drama is under one roof. No.
Oh God, can you imagine? No. That's how they run it. They don't need any electrical power. It's just the drama that keeps it going. Slowly, I'm going to have to escape because I've got another Zoom call at 7:30.
We have to slowly ending our show also. I would like to ask from each of you one message for the next year for the gay community. Let's start then with you, John, because you have to leave.
I suppose it's such a cliche, but two things. One, I'd like to say to the younger gay people who are struggling and trans and who are a bit mixed up about their identity, it gets better. Okay, that's one thing. And two, I'd like to say, if we really are going to be stronger together, we need to be patient with each other. And, you know, none of this, you know, you said you only like the original pride flag, so therefore you need to die, you know. So we need to be able to accept different views, because we can't bully people into accepting a flag or accepting a change. We need to educate. So one, it gets better, and two, educate. Okay, that's me finished. I won't bore you with anything else. Guys, it's been lovely. you've really given me some stuff to think about, okay? So I really appreciate that. And happy Pride to all of you.
Happy Pride.
Take care.
Happy
If I
Pride.
had my glass, I'd say Sláinte, but I'll go and get a glass now. Take care and hope you keep well. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's carry on with Jody.
Oh, how do you top that? I think exactly. I think the message is, for me, it's always about there'll be a point where you find your tribe, and no matter what that looks like, and you know, for some people that might be part of being a community, or it might, you know, be back in the fringe of a community. But I think, you know, especially for young people, young queer people, is you will find your tribe. It might take some time. Like there's a bunch of us that have come through these stories that have talked about how long it took us to get to those points of finding our tribe, but it happens. And don't give up searching.
Ellie?
The one thing I can think of in this moment is, as long as there's one person behind, we're all behind. And so we need to keep going, and we need to keep helping each other and staying together, and supporting each other, because we can't leave anyone behind.
Alistair?
I think you've all said it, actually.
Yeah.
For me, I'm going back to that quote of build a bigger table. You know, if our community is not feeding everybody, we need to build a bigger table. We need to make it so that everybody's needs are met. And we need to be supportive of each other to do that. So the one thing I would say is be kind. Let's be kind to each other. We are diverse and we are hugely different in all of our multifaceted human nature. And we need to be accepting of that with each other, and that takes kindness.
Hank?
I saw something, I think the last 2 days on Facebook, and it keeps coming in my mind. It's like, you're trans, you're black, brown, wherever you come from. If your arm falls down, I will keep your arm up, and we fight together. And that's the only thing that we have to do. We fight. We will stay fighting. Yes, let's have a party. We will have a party after it. But pride is a good thing. Pride is also a riot. And we have to do it every year again. And start reading the little letters, that we know if there's a new law coming that everybody is included. That's my message.
My message is to keep an open mind and try to understand everything what you can't understand. Ask questions, talk to people, try to understand their life, because maybe the moment when you listen to them stories, you realize that you are sharing the same story. And you understand them, and you will be much more happy.
Much more educated.
Thank you everyone for participating in this live debate. We are carrying on our YouTube channel with a Pride program. Of course, it has everything, a little Spanish touch. We have singer performers, we have travesty performers, we have porn stars, of course. We have photo exhibitions and much more.
DJs.
So DJs, of course, from all around the world. So please change to our YouTube channel.
It's a 3-hour party.
Carry on partying. Happy Pride, everyone. Let's write our own history.
Happy
Happy
Pride.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, it's me again, the one who is trying to connect the community during the pandemic. This is my favorite time of the year, the time when we meet all our friends, when we sleep 20 in an apartment just that we can march together the day after in the Pride Parade. the time when we give information to strangers about our lifestyle, and when the members of our community give community service. And however pride parades are cancelled, we can't remain silent. Not when gay people are killed in a park near London. Not when a 14-year-old boy has to commit suicide just because he is gay. Not when for organizing a gay pride you have to go for lifetime prison in Poland. Not when you get shot just because the color of your skin. Not when more and more countries take away the rights of transgender people, the rights to exist. Not when the Spanish Supreme Court can decide that placing the pride flag on public buildings is against the law. We have to speak up. We have to show that we exist. That's why we created this program tonight. It is a celebration of our diversity. And I would like to thank to everyone who sent videos and participated in this show tonight. I also would like to thank for our own club, SLFC, because I'm very proud of our members that we can't march together, but we could create something so nice together. We have everything what you would find on a real pride. We have exhibitions, we have drag performances, music performances, poesy, DJs, and we even have porn stars. So I hope you will enjoy our show. Happy Pride everyone, let's write our own history.
Vivo sencillamente porque el amor tiene formas y colores.
Porque en silencio somos muchos.
Y porque en la vida cabe más que un solo reino y un solo destino.
Yo soy la manifestación de algo especial.
Y así de especial es mi orgullo y lo que siento.
Un hilo de carne viva que por ser de carne.
La esencia de mis deseos formando algún tejido.
Para envolver mi mente, para envolver mi cuerpo. Para cuidarme mientras miro al sol a través de la seda.
Que soy valiente y conquisto el cielo.
Quiero preparar un acto a través de lo que a veces quiero decir y no puedo.
Porque me gusta vestirme extraño, simple.
Desnudarme frente al espejo y saber que quiero.
Para cuando la crisálida o el closet a mi alrededor se abra.
Y me posté en la ventana viendo el reflejo de mi cara.
Cuando encuentre el momento exacto en el viento.
Para saber qué tan fuerte es mi pulso y el corazón que llevo dentro.
Para cuando me precipite desde las alturas.
Para cuando ya no tenga miedo.
Para cuando quiera probarme y probarles.
Que no tenía mejor opción que no vuela.
No somos distintos a las mariposas.
La carne puede ser débil o bastante fuerte.
Los cromosomas pueden ser como los de ellas, como los nuestros.
La magia, la metamorfosis.
Lo que mueve tus alas y el sentimiento
no tienen género.
No tienes por qué saberlo y por qué entenderlo.
Pero las mariposas nacieron para conquistar el cielo.
Nacieron para conquistar el arte y nuestras paredes.
El mismo tiempo, si no detenemos a verlas.
Desde el instante en que se atreve.
Hasta el instante en el que muere.
Después de tanta belleza.
Buscando la luz.
O de las flores el néctar.
Llevando sus cuerpos, quién sabe dónde.
Y dejándolos en regalo de sus alas.
Sus colores y el recuerdo de su amor.
Que como cualquier otro amor es perfecto.
Bon Pride.
Feliz orgullo.
True Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Escribamos nuestra propia historia.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Wij schrijven onze geschiedenis.
Siamo noi a scrivere la nostra storia.
Wir schreiben vår egen historia.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
El orgullo es, entre otras cosas, una defensa de la libertad sexual y las personas que asistan deberían poder comportarse de una manera sexualmente libre. El evento debe ser lo más inclusivo posible, pero la estridencia, la provocación y pasárselo bien también es importante.
Pride. Trots is onder meer een verdediging van seksuele vrijheid. En de aanwezigen moeten vrij zijn om zich seksueel te gedragen. Het evenement moet zo inclusief mogelijk zijn. Maar rauwheid, provocatie en neuken zijn ook belangrijk.
Pride skal blant annet være et forsvar for seksuell frihet. Og folk som deltar skal være fri til å oppføre seg på en seksuell måte. Arrangementet skal være så inkluderende som mulig, men råhet, provokasjon og puling är också viktig.
On oman seksuaalisen vapauden, mutta myös seksuaalisen esille tuomisen ilmentymä. Tapahtuman tulisi olla kaikille yhteinen, räikeä, provokatiivinen, seksiä unohtamatta.
Stolthet är bland annat ett försvar för sexuell frihet. Och människor som deltar borde vara fria att bete sig på ett sexuellt sätt. Arrangemanget bör vara så inkluderande som möjligt. Men råhet, provokation och jävlighet är också viktigt.
A Pride többek között a szexuális szabadság védelme, ahol a résztvevők szexualitásukat szabadon felvállalhatják. Az esemény legyen mindenkit befogadó, de ugyanakkor legyen vad, provokáló, szexualitástól túlfűtött.
La Pride est entre autres une défense de la liberté sexuelle et les gens qui y participent devraient être capables, devraient avoir le droit de se comporter de manière sexuelle. L'événement devrait être bien sûr aussi inclusif que possible, mais la vulgarité, la provocation et la baise sont également importants.
Pride jest to m.in. obrona wolności seksualnej, a uczestnicy wszyscy powinni mieć swobodę zachowań seksualnych. Takie wydarzenie powinno być jak najbardziej integracyjne, ale głośność i ta prowokacja oraz seks są tutaj również bardzo, bardzo ważne i odgrywają jedną z większych ról.
Il Pride è, tra le altre cose, una difesa per la libertà sessuale e le persone che partecipano dovrebbero essere libere di comportarsi in modo sessuale. L'evento dovrebbe essere più inclusivo, ma anche il chiasso, la provocazione e scopare sono importanti.
Pride – это, кроме прочего, защита сексуальной свободы. И люди, посещающие Pride, должны быть свободны в сексуальном поведении. Мероприятие должно быть как можно более всеохватывающим, но при этом также важны раскрепощенность, провокация и секс.
Pride. Stolz ist unter anderem eine Verteidigung der sexuellen Freiheit und die Teilnehmer sollten frei sein, sich sexuell zu verhalten. Die Veranstaltung sollte so inklusiv wie möglich sein, aber auch gleichzeitig wild, provokant und ficken ist natürlich wichtig.
Feliz Parada do Orgulho LGBTQI+.
Happy Pride! Šťastný Pride!
Feliz Orgulho!
Happy Pride!
We schrijven onze eigen geschiedenis.
Wir schreiben als eigene Geschichte.
Escrevamos nossa própria história.
Nous construisons notre propre histoire.
Piszemy własną historię.
We make our own history. Nós fazemos nossa própria história.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Hi, so this next song is from an unknown musical by a lot, but basically it's a musical that was set around the AIDS blanket that was created in San Francisco. It's a patchwork quilt blanket and everybody had made a patch and they put it on and basically it told the story of how they were been affected by AIDS. And the tragedy that it was in the 80s, early 90s, and the hope that we have in the future with HIV now being around the world, people are being given PrEP, so hopefully within my lifetime, if not within a younger generation's lifetime, HIV won't be an issue anymore and that it will be eradicated effectively. So 0 for 0 is what we're going for. If you don't know much about HIV and AIDS, I suggest you contact places like the Terence Higgins Trust or whichever foundation, or just reach out and ask and find out the information, get educated. This song is about a friend who loses basically his closest pal, and they've kind of been frat boys and they've kind of been wild and had some great times, and yeah, his friend passes away and he doesn't know how to deal with it. If this song does affect you, then you're human, and yeah, but happy Pride Month, and sorry I have to bring the music down, but hey, we've got to be real. Pride is a journey, yeah? Pride's a riot, don't ever forget that.
Yes, my friend, it's raining again today.
I never understood why you chose to stay in a climate that's mostly wet and grey, when what you loved was the sun so hot it turned the green grass brown, and the rain keeps falling down. Who am I? A regular kind of guy. I never let the clouds clutter up my sky. Learn to party, but never learn to cry. And even now my tears won't move. They're painted on a clown, and the rain keeps falling down. I thought the sky would cry itself dry by this time. I thought that I would see the sun by now. One more tear might wash away this God-forsaken town, but the rain keeps falling down. I wish that I could let go, like the storm clouds burst through the dam like a flood breaking down a wall. Heaven seems to weep in far less reason, but I won't cry at all. I thought the sky would cry itself dry by this time. I thought that I would see the sun by now. One more tear might wash away this God-forsaken town, but the rain keeps falling down. Yes, the rain keeps falling down.
And remember, all Black Lives Matter.
Find it hard to say the things I want to say the most. Find a little bit of steady as I get close. Find a balance in the middle of the chaos. Semi-lost, semi-high, semi-never, demigod. I remember walking in the cold of November, hoping that I'd make it to the end of December. 27 years in the end of my mind, but holding to the thought of another time. But looking through the ways of the ones before me, looking through the path of the young and lonely. I don't want to hear about what to do. I don't want to do it just to do it for you. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to always feel, feel like I'm empty and there's nothing really real, real. I'm looking for a way out. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to never feel, feel like I'm good enough for anything that's real, real. I'm looking for a way out. I find it hard to tell you how I wanna run away. I understand it always makes you feel a certain way. I find Find a balance in the middle of the chaos. Send me up, send me down, send me never demigod. I remember walking in the heat of the summer, wide-eyed one with a mind full of wonder. 27 years and I've nothing to show. Falling from the dove to the dark of the crow. Looking through the ways of the ones before me. Looking through the path of the young and lonely. I don't wanna hear about what to do, no. I don't wanna do it just to do it for you. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to always feel, feel like I'm empty and there's nothing really real, real. I'm looking for a way out. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to never feel, feel like I'm good enough for anything that's real, real. I'm looking for a way out. Let me tell you about it. Well, let me tell you about it. Maybe you the same as me. Let me tell you about it. Well, let me tell you about it. Say the truth will set you free. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to always feel, feel like I'm empty and there's nothing really real, real. I'm looking for a way out. Hello, hello, let me tell you what it's like to be a zero, zero. Let me show you what it's like to never feel, feel like I'm good enough for anything that's real, real. I'm looking for a way out.
E azione! Alexa, riproduci la musica di prima. È deficiente. Alexa, stop.
Happy Pride.
Joyeuse fierté.
חודש גאווה שמח.
Feliz orgullo.
Happy Pride.
Buon Pride.
אנחנו כותבים את ההיסטוריה שלנו.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Nous écrivons notre propre histoire.
Escribamos nuestra propia historia.
Siamo noi a scrivere la nostra storia.
Vi skriver sein Historie. Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Nous écrivons notre propre histoire.
Why can't I get you on my mind? Yeah. Clips of your body on rewind. If I come over, would it be right? No, I ain't sober. Drunk and so high off your love, your love, your love. Is that alright? Cause you don't know how hard I go. I'm a fever. I just want more. This is how I feel. 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 I'ma take time. Can we get lost? Look how you shine. I bet you cost.
and I can't afford all of yours. 'Cause you don't know how hard I go. I'm a fiend for, I just want more. This is how I feel. 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 Yours right next to mine. Beauty so divine. I'll stay in for life. Life, talk to me. Tell me when you're starting to feel it, that feeling again.
Ich wünsche allen einen frohen und tollen Christopher Street Day 2020. Euer Mr. Leatherhessen 2019 Thorsten. Und Grüße an und von meinem Club FLC Frankfurt. Tschüss.
Dance whenever you are feeling lost. Dance when you feel like you lost your words. You need to dance even if you're not feeling strong. Just dance. It's time to let your colors show. Dance whenever you are feeling sad. You better dance and all your tears will start to dry. 'Cause when you dance, your problems seem so far behind. If you just dance, you let the music fill your soul. I wanna make you dance all night long, all night long. I wanna make you dance all night long. You know you feel you start to glow. Dance all night long, all night long. I wanna make you dance all night long. The life you dreamed of starts to show. Dance, forget the moments when you cry. You just dance, you'll see that life is worth a while. I'll make you dance, I'll make your problems fade away. It's time to dance, let's add some sparkles to that gray. I wanna make you dance all night long, all night long, all night long. I wanna make you dance all night long, all night long. I wanna make you dance all night long, all night long. I only want to make you dance all night long, all night long. The life you dreamed of starts to show. The music tells you how, you got to do it now. You'll always be the star, you are the one. And if you move along, you will become the song. All night long, all night long. I wanna make you dance.
Happy Pride!
Welcome for happens.
Buon Pride!
Happy Pride!
E benché Pride!
Justin Pride!
Siamo noi a scrivere la nostra storia.
Wij schrijven onze eigen geschiedenis.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Piszemy swoją własną historię.
Nous écrivons notre propre histoire.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Bonjour à tous. Cette année un peu particulière, nous ne pourrons pas organiser nos différentes manifestations, mais que cela ne nous empêche pas de continuer à revendiquer nos idées autour de nous. Au plaisir de vous revoir au Chaps Club Liège. Happy Pride à tous.
Como yo te amo. Convéncete, convéncete. Nadie te amará. Como yo te amo.
tan afable y efusivo, solo sabe hacer sufrir. Es un gran necio, un estúpido engreído, egoísta y caprichoso, un payaso vanidoso, inconsciente y presumido, falso enano rencoroso, que no tiene corazón, lleno de celos, sin razones ni motivos, como el viento impetuoso, pocas veces cariñoso, inseguro de sí mismo, soportable como amigo, insufrible como amor. Cuando supe toda la verdad, señora, ya era tarde para echar atrás, señora, yo era parte de su vida y él, mi sombra. Cuando supe que existía usted, señora, ya mi mundo era solo él, señora, ya llevaba dentro de mi ser su aroma. Él me dijo que era libre, como el mismo aire que era libre, como las palomas que era libre, y yo le creí. Ahora es tarde, señora, ahora es tarde, señora, ahora nadie puede apartarlo de mí. Él me dijo que era libre, como el vagabundo que era libre, como la hoja seca que era libre, y yo le creí. Ahora es tarde, señora, ahora es tarde, señora, ahora nadie puede apartarlo de mí, ahora nadie puede apartarlo de mí, ahora nadie puede apartarlo de mí, ahora nadie puede apartarlo de mí.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Feliz Orgullo.
Happy Pride.
Zusammen schreiben wir unsere eigene Geschichte.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Escribimos nuestra propia historia.
Construisons notre histoire ensemble.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
We write our own story.
Schreiben unsere eigene Geschiedenis.
Vi skapar vår egen historia.
If you save yourself from marriage, you're the whore. You don't save yourself from marriage, you're a horrible person. If you don't have a drink, then you're the prude. That'll call you a drunk as soon as you done the first one. If you can't lose the weight, then you just fat. If you lose the much, then you don't cry. Join many trips around the sun. You only live once. So make lots of noise, or kiss lots of boys, or kiss lots of girls. If there's something you're into, and then straight and narrow gets a little too straight, roll up the joint, or don't. Just follow your arrow, whatever it points. Follow your arrow, whatever it points.
Hi, I'm Conor Buggy. You might remember me as Mr. Geared Ireland 2015. Hello from Dublin and happy Pride to all our friends at Spanish Leather Friends. I just want to say, in the spirit of pride, in the spirit of equality, we're all in this together. It's all been a hard slog as it is, but we're all looking forward to seeing each other again, and in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing you all again.
Hello from Dublin. I'm Ken, Mr. Leather Ireland 2017. Hi to Hank, Tianis and all my friends in the Spanish leather fetish community. For the last 3 months, we've been locked in our homes, but not in our closets. All of us who are openly gay are living and writing the history of our community and of our movement. And this openness may not disarm prejudice, but it's a start that we should be proud of. Happy Pride, everybody.
Hey everyone, it's Cathal Mulvaney here from Leathermen of Ireland, and I would just like to wish each and every one of you a very happy Pride, or as we say here in Ireland, Road Shunna. But I'm not here alone, I have a few friends with me to spread this message.
Hi all, Kevin Murphy here from Out in Kink, or Oink for short. For me, it's not just about being proud of who I am, but in taking pride in all of us, in the achievements of those before us, and for what our future selves can become. Wishing you all a happy Pride.
Hi everybody, Phil Scott here, also representing Out in Kink. My Pride message to you today is to remember and celebrate the victories and the battles that have gone before us, but also to stand in solidarity with other communities who need our support now. Brod Hunna Díomh ar fád. Happy Pride to you all.
Hey guys, it's Pupero here from Ireland. I just want to wish you all a happy Pride. Remember that because Pride has been cancelled this year, the spirit of Pride can never be cancelled, so be proud of who you are at all times.
Hi all, Declan Dunno from Leathermen of Ireland here. Just like to wish everybody a happy, safe and healthy Pride, and don't forget to wash your hands or paws or whatever you've got.
Hello everyone, it's Puck Boner here from Waterford, Ireland. As Pride is such a great time, remember to stand tall and be true to yourself. Have a great Pride, everybody.
Hi, it's John O'Brien here from Dublin, representing Dublin Bears. Just want to say happy Pride to everybody and Sláinte.
So thanks guys for joining me to spread this message to everybody. There's only one thing left to do, and that is to wish everybody Happy Pride! Happy Pride!
Happy Pride! Happy Pride!
Happy Pride!
Feliz Orgullo.
Buon Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride.
Nous écrivons notre propre histoire.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Ensemble, on va l'écrire notre histoire.
Escribamos nuestra propia historia.
Siamo noi a scrivere la nostra storia.
We make our own history.
We write our own history.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
I've learned to slam on the brake before I even turn the key, before I make the mistake, before I lead with the worst of me. Give them no reason to stare, no slipping up if you slip away. So I got nothing to say, no, I got nothing to say. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through a window. I try to speak but nobody can hear, so I wait around for an answer to appear while I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? The stars in our eyes, we stop believing that we belong, but every sun doesn't rise, and no one tells us where you went wrong. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? Cause I'm tapping on the glass. Weaving through a window, I try to speak but nobody can hear, so I wait around for an answer to appear. Cause I'm watching people pass. Weaving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving? When you fall in the forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you fall in the forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in the forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in the forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? Did I even make a sound? Did I even make a sound? It's like I never made a sound. Will I ever make a sound? On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? Cause I'm tapping on the glass. Weaving through a window, I try to speak but nobody can hear, so I wait around for an answer to appear. Cause I'm watching people pass. Weaving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? Is anybody waving? Waving! Whoa!
Hello from Bobby Transforman, the creator of the Trans Leather Pride flag, sending lots of love from San Francisco, California. Please take care of yourselves and stay safe.
I was supposed to go back home, but that was until I got your call. Oh, I wished your body all night long. Tonight, I won't be alone. I'm gonna let you touch my body, let you put your hands on my body. I'm getting freaky freaking excited about you and me. Let you feel me, baby. Let you make my heart go crazy. But I hope to know we're dreaming, baby. Tonight, I'm gonna put my body on yours. Not gonna care of anything anymore. And when I touch your body, we burn the house down, take the house down, poke the house down low. Alright, I wanna hear the music so loud. I cannot think about my issues now. It's time for us to kiss, won't stop till we burn the house down, take the house down, poke the house down, house down, house down, house down, house down.
Hyvää Fridea.
Orgullo feliz.
Bonne Pride à tous.
Happy Pride!
Happy Pride!
We schrijven onze eigen geschiedenis.
Wir schreiben unsere eigene Geschichte.
Escribimos nuestra propia historia.
Me teemme oman historiamme.
Nous écrivons ici notre propre histoire.
רק אנחנו כותבים את הסיפור של עצמנו.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Vulnérabilité. Être ouvert signifie être libre.
Ser libre significa ser vulnerable.
Zranitelnost znamenala mít po celém těle rány, nezadržitelně karmínově krvácející.
No fue el dolor lo que sentí por estas heridas, sino la liberación.
La même porte qui m'a enfermé pendant si longtemps est devenue un nouveau chemin de vie pour mon avenir.
Il a fait un premier pas en dehors de cette nouvelle voie. Exultait la pure nature adolescente qui était ancrée dans son corps.
Rivelare un segreto così grande è come togliersi un peso dallo stomaco, che ostacolava la ricerca della mia essenza più vera.
Endelig kunne jeg møte mitt eget speilbilde og gjenkjenne personen som så tilbake på meg.
Y bien freglet, und ich hatte kennengelernt.
Esto es lo que se siente al salir del armario.
Ich stehe im Darkroom voller Angst und Wut.
This stems from the idea that speculation of my identity may hurt my well-being.
This dark room enclosed me for plenty of my childhood years and became a sense of need.
Se cacher, c'était comme des chaînes autour de mon corps. Et cela me protégeait aussi comme une arme.
Özgür olmak istedim ama önümdeki kapıya ulaşmaya çalıştığımda bu zincirler beni dizlerimin üzerine çekti.
I can feel people on the outside, trying to look in.
Their eyes filled with acceptance and protection, but mine were to be armoured to be vulnerable.
They struggled to get inside and see, but I struggled to get out and perceive a new view.
Desde la puerta resonó un golpe, casi como un recordatorio.
Una alarma que iba a posponer, porque no estaba listo para despertar.
A lump in my throat began to build. Filled with words I would not have the strength to hold.
Everything came up roses, and I threw up a garden.
I could only lay in the flowers and say such a relieving words. I'm gay.
I am gay.
Joyous Pride.
Buon Pride a tutti.
Happy Pride.
Fine Pride.
Feliz Orgullo.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Wij schrijven onze eigen geschiedenis.
Siamo noi a scrivere la nostra storia.
Et ensemble, écrivons notre histoire.
Escribimos nuestra propia historia.
We write our own history.
We all write our own stories.
Many years living in fear. Now I want to show how I'm real. No need to tell me what to do. Now I can see how to get through. Living your days in silence. Keep your secrets hidden. This is what all the people like. But this life is not mine. I just wanna be free.
orgullo.
Uma feliz parada para todos.
Balchder hapis.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Rydyn ni'n ysgrifennu ein hanes ein hunan.
Vergeet niet, we schrijven geschiedenis en ik hoop jullie van harte heel snel terug te kunnen zien.
Escribamos nuestra propia historia.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, love's going to leave me. So sexy it hurts, and I'm too sexy for Milan, too sexy for Milan, New York and Japan. And I'm too sexy for your party, too sexy for your party, no way I'm disco dancing. I'm a model, you know what I mean, and I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk, on the catwalk. Yeah, I do my little turn on the catwalk. Too sexy by far, and I'm too sexy for my hat, too sexy for my hat. What do you think about that? I'm a model, you know what I mean, and I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk, on the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little tush on the catwalk. My little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little tush on the catwalk. I'm too sexy for my cat, too sexy for my cat. Poor pussy cat. I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave me, and I'm too sexy for this song.
Счастливого Прайда!
Happy Pride.
Feliz orgullo.
Happy Pride, everyone!
Happy Pride.
We write our own history.
We write our own history.
Мы сами пишем свою историю.
We schrijven onze eigen geschiedenis.
We write our own history.
We write our history.
We write our own history.
Nós escrevemos nossa própria história.
Escribamos nuestra propia historia.
si tú estás gozando, alza la mano 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 si tú estás gozando. Son más sabrosas que la miel la meta. Todas las bellas a perder su vela. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Quiero a Emily, también a Pamela. Pero no quiero ningún chico mariposa. Son muy raros y vienen con su costa. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Hasta la mano si tú estás gozando. 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 Quiero a Emily, también a Pamela. Pero no quiero ningún chico mariposa. Son muy raros y vienen con su costa. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Otras chicas cuando me ven la cintura son más sabrosas que la miel la meta. Todas las bellas a perder su vela. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Quiero a Emily, también a Pamela. Pero no quiero ningún chico mariposa. Son muy raros y vienen con su costa. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Hasta la mano si tú estás gozando. 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 Son más sabrosas que la miel la meta. Todas las bellas a perder su vela. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Quiero a Emily, también a Pamela. Pero no quiero ningún chico mariposa. Son muy raros y vienen con su costa. Este gallo quiere la Estela. Hasta la mano si tú estás gozando. 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 llamo Q. Yo me 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 llamo Q.
Since the dawn of time, the drum has been at the heart of human ritual, communication, and expression. Allow the beat to consume your body and take hold of your inner being. Let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. Let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. Since the dawn of time, the drum has been at the heart of human ritual, communication, and expression. Allow the beat to consume your body and take hold of your inner being. Let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul. And let the rhythm of the drum feed your soul.